Wait, what? Section you edit your go live alert message. Social calendars. What? That's crazy. Thanks for the follow, Yusiro. What's up? How are you finding the channel? Sorry, I'm eating an early lunch. That's awesome, dude. Get a lot of graphic designers to this channel. Alright, we're done. Oh yeah, I don't do this. This isn't like a for money thing. This is a more for fun thing. I've got a lot of I own the subreddit r/agency, and we have agency owners that just kind of follow us. But I'm good on the graphic design though. Thanks for pitching though. I don't see that. Oh no. No. I shared my stream link on the socials, and the thumbnail is like me taking a bite of food. It looks ridiculous. That's all right. Rough. Oh, what's up, Ross? Wait, were you the one that just left us a cool message on the website? Hey, Shorts. Awesome, man. I was taking my wife to the train station, so I didn't get a chance to read all of it, but I saw Cody did. I saw that's awesome. Really cool to hear that we helped you out, land your first CRO client. I should probably read it like actually all the way through. I'm behind on my emails a little bit, so I should probably actually read it all the way through so I can hold a conversation. You made it through all 168 169 as of today episodes. Like earlier this year, or were you here with us since like 2022? Today's is awesome. Today's was one of my favorites because we went back and forth with the guest. That's really early, yeah. It's really funny that you mentioned that. Let me show you what's on the board here. Uh, let's see. Nope, that's not what I want. I want right. Here we go. So this is the one that just came out today. This is the one that comes out next Friday, which is if we were to start over in 2025. So yeah, very funny you mentioned that. Going over each one of them though, like kind of doing a recap of like if our thoughts have actually changed on any of those earlier things. Like I wonder if I go to also this URL, so the website is changing. But you can still go here. It'll take you to the new one. But yeah, if we actually go like way back to like how to find your first marketing coaching clients, probably change some of that, but not all of it. Just because I have more perspective now after talking to a lot of the guests we've had on the show. Shorts, I have no idea, man. I started live streaming on Saturday, like last Saturday. And then I did like Monday and Tuesday. I was sick Wednesday, too busy Thursday, and then I just jumped back on today. So I don't know what the frequency of this is gonna be. That's why I have that alert that alert option in the Discord, so you can just get alerted. But generally, it's gonna be during the workday, Monday through Saturday. My wife works on Saturdays, so therefore I work on Saturdays because I have nothing to do. Trying to find my groove of what like the actual consistency should be. Also, Ross, like the topic of episode 19 about your internal labor rate, like I've been talking about that more than ever lately. Like not just on our podcast, but on other agency podcasts too. I was just talking to was it Colby Flood, who has the he's got like the marketing mindset podcast, looking at bringing me on his podcast, and I'm like literally talking about the exact same thing. And it's never something you have to like truly focus on like right away. Like especially if you're just a solo operator, like you can work yourself to the bone and net $7 an hour. But you will have to dial in those deliverables to get to a point where like your internal labor rate is at like a sustainable and scalable rate. Oh, that's awesome. I could never figure social out. Like I've never historically been someone to like talk about my wins openly. And, despite having a podcast. But here, let me add you on LinkedIn. There's a few Ross Newmans. Are you sales director, global strategic accounts, or do you help D2C brands in sports and wellness space? Gotcha. Found you. Oh, it says follow back. Apparently you already follow me. Now I have to see if you sent... Did you actually send me a connection request? Because I ignore like 9 out of 10 of those. Alright, let me... Let me celebrate your last post. I don't mind people connecting with me. It's just like I get tons and tons of connection requests from people trying to sell me things. That's what I hate. And it's really hard because like the other thing I hate too, I just got a connection request from somebody that said, "Hey Jake, would love to connect." Okay. Like, I don't know you. Like what? Like why? Yeah, I mean, sure, it's got like a lot of tips depending on what you're doing. Like, I think any advice you get should be geared towards the type of agency you have and like the direction you want to take it. So, like, if you don't have a niche, or, like, don't have a very specific industry you're going after, then getting clients, I would like, I kind of follow what Caesar Gill does. He posts in the subreddit occasionally, but he's big on TikTok, and he just like documents he does basically this. He like live streams his work. He documents everything he does. He just posts a lot on social. And then there's obviously, cold emailing, cold calling, except I don't recommend doing I'm going on tangents right now. I don't recommend doing the thing where you like just get like a list of like 1,000 or 10,000 people and then just blast that out. I recommend Chris Walker was on our podcast a while back, and he had a really good piece of advice. Like, if I were to cold outreach anybody, what I would do is I would find somebody like in my market, maybe that I could connect with locally, and then I would find their website and then look at like different areas where I could improve it. I'd try to find websites that looked pretty bad, and then I would just say, hey, if you did this, this, and this, it would do X, Y, Z for you. I think for web design, it's a little harder because you're selling design versus performance. And a lot of smaller businesses are going to be more performance focused because they're going to be more price conscious. And so when you're dealing with like web design or branding or like graphic design or things like that, it's really hard to put a value on the service that you offer. So otherwise, like if you're just sticking to a non-performance based service, then I would, if I were you, and take this with a grain of salt, but if I were you, I would just be on all the platforms. I'd be on Legit, I'd be on Fiverr, I'd be on the other one that I can never remember. And then I'd just be hanging out in like Facebook groups and things like that. Finding people in your area that have bad websites. Do it for free to get some, or at low cost to get some portfolios built up. If you have a niche, I have way more advice for you. But if you don't have a niche, then I think the advice gets kind of lukewarm. Yeah, how'd you win the first one, Ross? Did you say how you did that? See, Schwartz, you just gotta listen to Ross. This is like textbook. I'm not a outreach person or like 100% of our business is inbound. So like we're niche focused. So if you search lawn care marketing company, we're number one generally speaking, or landscaping marketing company. And I don't have to do the outbound stuff. I don't have to do any of this stuff. So like this is all very like foreign to me what Ross is doing, and I admire people who can do that and do that. And I'm sure at some point in our agency, when we actually do want to scale and we pull the cork out of like how many clients we can take on at a time, because we limit ourselves to 4 just because of operational efficiency. But if we pull that cork off, I'm sure we'll probably have an outbound method. Yeah, but you got the you got to share that win, and then now you got two in your book. So how are you doing? Like, what are you actually like selling? You said CRO agency, but like, what's the scope that you've got going on? I guess like, what are the actual deliverables? Also, if you're looking at my shared screen, our team does a daily check-in. Uh, if you listen to like episode 167, yeah, 167, I believe, I talked about how in our ClickUp environment we all like post every day what we're doing. Everyone's got their posts in here, except for Angie and myself. But I'm doing it now. Nice. Is it like ecom? Do they like sell? Oh, like it's DTC. You said it's DTC, so I assume that there's ecom involved. Because that CRO stuff, like that, really does work well for the ecom industry, or like where you can buy online. But like, there's little that like a lot of CRO does in like traditional, at least that we found in like trades or like home service industries. That's awesome, man. Yeah, the biggest thing for retention here is just going to be making sure that you can communicate like wins and record the value. So making sure you're tracking absolutely everything you possibly can, and then illustrating that in like dollar value, like bottom line um, conversations at the end of each month. So you'll be looking at things like, so like you say, okay, average order value, bottom line, as well as conversion rates. I assume you did some benchmarking too, right? Like at the start of the start of the engagement, you kind of benchmarked like what they're doing currently. Yeah. Well, so if you do like, also if you do benchmarking, let's say he is doing like a really bad ad to the site and sending really bad traffic, and they're getting like a 0.1% conversion rate, and that goes up like after your changes, that goes up to like 0.3% conversion rate. It's still a terrible conversion rate, but like because you did the benchmarking, you can now be responsible for that improvement in the conversion rate. Yeah, that's where I would be like if I was doing what you were doing. That's where I'd be extremely explicit and be like, hey, like you cannot make changes to the site during the engagement. Like this is what we're here for. Yeah, benchmarking is the key. We tell our clients not to make changes to their sites, but at the end of the day, it's their site. They can do whatever they want. So like we have a client that does it all the time, and every time we go to his site, is like the formatting on the text or the images are super weird, and like ultimately like we're kind of like okay whatever, like you pay us like a retainer anyways to do work. So really, you're just giving us work to do when there might not be any work to do. Oh yeah, we got I'm sure like sometime we'll do like an actual like a deeper dive onboarding one, because we just finished all of our documentation and procedures for onboarding. And it just seems like every day or every month, like our scope of work agreement is updating because someone's trying to break it somehow. They're trying to like scope creep. It's cool that the podcast is making an impact like that, though. I wish you could get in front of more of those guys who followed all the YouTube gurus. I feel like I'm gonna have to start becoming sensationalized and start shooting ads in front of Lamborghinis. I appreciate that. I wish more people wrote in. I'm really happy you did. Like, you're surprised. It's surprising. We have like 2,000 listeners, 2,000 subscribers to the podcast, and it's surprising. I think we get like maybe one person writes in like every other month. Yes, we're not big enough yet to ignore things. Everything that comes in, we see. Every comment on the Spotify episodes, every comment on the website, every form submission we see. Now, if you're a vendor listening to this and you're trying to get onto the podcast, I'm probably filing you away in my super secret inbox called potential guests that never gets opened again. We get guest pitches for the podcast like 6 times a day. That we turn down all to get like a ton of guests. Just nothing like, I don't know. It's like I don't want to like, most podcasts out there, especially in the B2B industry, are like heavily guest focused. And it's usually because there's only one host. And it's really hard to have podcast chemistry if it's just one dude talking. Josh Hall does a good job though. Like Josh Hall's Web Design Web Design Business Podcast. What is it? Josh Hall Web Design Podcast. Web Design Business with Josh Hall. He's got like we were on each other's podcast, but like he has these solo episodes where it's just him, almost like 50 minutes, and he's such a good host just by himself. Like I envy him a lot. Yeah, I even if we 10x the podcast, I still want to try to be as involved as possible and respond to everything. Well, like I was saying, single like solo hosts tend to rely on guests to keep the chemistry, so they're usually like, in a lot of cases, they're like searching for guests. Otherwise, they have they just have a lot of guests coming in, and they're just low quality, and they just take them. I mean, there's some like sifting through it, but like I think we're in a position with ours that we can turn down 100% of guests that come to us, because we have plenty of content to talk about, because we still own our agencies, unlike most YouTube personalities. Usually they're done owning their agencies or their pretend agencies and now just selling courses. And we're still pretty actively involved in r/agency on Reddit, so we get a lot of top content and topics from that. Are you in the Discord? I just created the Discord. What is the link? Hold on, I got something on my clipboard. Let me paste it where it's supposed to go first. Also, what part of the well, actually, if you're a big fan of the Reddit, just go to the subreddit. There's an announcement at the very top. There's a link. The link's in there. It's right here. But what part of the UK? Oh, okay. Gotcha. I got when I first got into this kind of like agency, I don't even want to call it coaching because I'm not an agency coach. But when I first got into this space, like helping other agency owners, I stumbled across a guy named Marcus who was in Scotland. And that was like in 2023, and he's been kind of a mentee of mine for like just a personal. He's the only one I've ever had because I took him on, and then I realized like how much time and effort it is to do one person. And but he's in Scotland. So I was seeing if you're near him, you could link up with him. He's young though. He's like 24, maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't do it again. He got lucky. That was a lot of work. I mean, it's like, it's not a lot of work. It's just like, I'm driving like 3 different ships right now, and mentoring someone for free is the time commitment. I had the existential crisis of turning 30 when I was 29. I'm 32 now. I remember turning 30. I remember like sitting there at 29 at midnight, just being like, "It's over, man. Might as well just pack it up and die." My wife is 29 this year. She turns 30 in December, and so I'm sure she'll have the same existential crisis that I did. This is Cody's message to you here. Oh, for what it's worth, Ross, they Cody shared your email in our team work chat. Well, it says not work. Everyone not work, but we did. Everybody thought it was wholesome. Yeah, I believe that. 29, 39, 49. My mom is relatively young. She's like 57. She had me when she was 25, and uh, I remember when she turned 50. That was weird. It was weird for me. Doing the math in my head. Yeah, about the same, almost same age, right? You were 24 when you had him. My older brother, or my parents were 18 when they had my older brother, and then I was the third child, so it was 18, uh, 20, and no, 80s, yeah, 18, 20, and then 25. It's had like a really weird like perspective on life because I remember being like 19, 20 and feeling like I had to get married because that's like when my parents got married. And then like I started to hit like 26, 27, 28 and being like, oh no, like the clock is ticking. And then seeing like all my friends and everybody outside of my family actually having kids in their 30s and like getting married in their late 20s, then like it was like this weird mental mind shift for me. Yeah, my sister just had a kid. She actually just had her second kid like a week ago. Um, but she doesn't even have like her first kid isn't even one yet. Oh wait, yeah, she is. She's just turned over one. She got 202, but she's 35, and her husband's 37, I think. Yeah, so they had kids late. Yeah, but I feel like Europe has always been this way, like Spain and Italy. Like they've like I feel like parents have always been old when they had kids. Old, I mean like, your age. I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. Uh, yeah, I think like 18 to like 25-year-old parents is something of like the West. But like I think like it used to be like in the early mid 1900s. Like I feel like the European families were having kids at like 30, like mid 30s. That was really normal for them, and then the U.S. made it weird. People started having kids at like 18. Yeah, I always tell people. I think I've said this on the podcast multiple times too. You have one life, and then you're dead. That's it. Live it. Thanks for the sub, Austin. Except I got the email notification. I bet I beat my I bet I beat the stream notification. Really? I'm trying to imagine how to perceive that. I like listening to Cody better. Like whenever I'm like editing the podcast, uh, I don't know why. I just never say anything intelligent. It's always Cody saying something really smart. So you always see him in like the opening teasers usually. Cody looks like Eminem, like in real life. Like if Eminem like never found a rap career and instead pursued SEO. My wife is on a train. Well, she was on a train to work downtown Chicago, and she said the train came to a screeching halt, and everybody moved forward. And it turns out somebody was lying on the tracks, and so they were at a standstill because now police were involved, but they're moving now. I guess it was just like somebody, allegedly, I guess she's just carrying secondhand, but I guess it was like somebody ODing or something. It wasn't like it wasn't like someone's intentionally lying down. Weird. Yeah, we're from. My wife and I met in Kansas City, and then we moved to Minneapolis, Minnesota, and like Minneapolis doesn't really have like a train system. They do, but it's nothing like Chicago or New York or UK or anything like that. And Chicago is like our first place we've lived that actually has like a full on like primary method of transportation is the train. No matter what your class is, and so we've been learning a lot about it relatively recently. Like her like 2 hour drive downtown to work is like a 40-minute train ride. Dude, 2 hours is like short. Like I hear some people in LA do like 3 hour, 4 hour commutes. Like that's like your whole life just driving. I don't understand how people do it. Yeah, but like for a commute, that's rough. But like a 4 hour drive is like nothing. Like I'll do that on a Saturday. Like sometimes when I go play, like I have to go to like a tournament or something like that. I'll drive my dogs to my mom's house in Iowa, which is like a was like a 6 hour drive from Chicago area. So like I'll drive down there like that morning, drop them off like early in the morning, and then I'll come back the same day. Just 12 hours driving. I think it's probably more a Midwest thing too. Like not just like a full U.S. thing, but like a if you live in like the Midwest or like the central United States, like to do anything fun or to see anything crazy, you have to drive generally pretty far, and so it's just kind of like a perception thing. It's like I have a rule. It's like I don't fly anywhere unless I have to drive more than 8 hours. That's like the flight cutoff. Yeah, hours not bad. Hours like for me an hour is like there's a super good restaurant like 55 minutes away. I want to go eat there, and I'll do that. If flights are cheap, I would fly, but like they just aren't. You usually don't. I don't know. Like it's like usually like flights here in the U.S. like domestically, no matter where you're going, are like over $200 if you're not flying a budget airline. Yeah, that's how we drive. I also learned something wild too. Is that oh see, I just got the notification from Austin that he subscribed, even though I got the email from it like 20 minutes ago. Thanks again, Austin. What was I gonna say? Other thing wild from Marcus in Scotland was that you guys have your guys' car insurance is tied to the like the individual and the car. So like you're insured, like if you are insured with your car over there, only you can drive that car. Like no one else can drive it. Is that accurate? Not here. No, like the insurance is heavily tied towards the vehicle. And so like if I have car insurance, my sister can come over and drive it. Because this all came up because him and his girlfriend were taking a trip somewhere. I can't remember. But like they had to do some weird insurance thing with the rental so like they could switch seats or like switch drivers. I'm like what we would just pull over and switch. Like there's no like you don't do that here. That could be how it works here too. No one just follows it. I don't know. Like I've never had a situation where anyone's ever been like, no, 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 it's not insured for you to drive it. Like, it just, I don't know. Sometimes the U.S. is the Wild West out here. I had to do some backyard landscaping one time, and I went to the like the hardware store, and I asked if I could rent like one of those machine or like the skid loader machines. And he's like, yeah, sure. I go, okay. Do you need any kind of like license for it or like permit? And he goes, nope. So I go, how do you like drive it? Do you like teach me how? And he goes, most people just YouTube it. I was like, that's crazy to me, but all right, I'm here for it. Yeah, we have like we have a company here. I don't know if you guys have it over there called U-Haul, and it's very much like that. Everything's just kind of managed through an app. You just jump in and take it. I was more of just like actual like machinery, like landscape machinery. I just didn't know I can just hop in, start driving it. Yeah, dude, it's the Wild West here. Yeah, you can you can do anything. Yeah, of course, man. Thanks for hanging out with me. You can always shoot me some messages in the subreddit, LinkedIn, or Discord. Looking forward to hearing more from you. You too, man. What's up, Black? Good to see you again. I meant to stream on Wednesday, but I got sick. I had like the sinus headache of a century. I literally slept for like 16 hours. We're closing out getting close to the end of the month. So I got clients in my inbox right now just emailing me budgets for next month. It's kind of a weird time for us because we're heading into September and October, and that's kind of when the year starts. There's like a really weird kind of like pickup in the landscaping and lawn care industry. So we have to like adjust budgets for like 1 or 2 months, with the intention of bringing them like to the bare minimum after that. Because after that, it's just like dead. But in like December, like we have like this really nice kind of cool down period with the team where we can relax a little bit, focus on internal stuff. And then January, February, March, we start exploding with like spring onboarding. So we got really some really big kind of roller coaster waves heading our way. Holy crap, getting leads like crazy at next door. What is it? Oh no, it's just one with 2 notifications. Sorry, a client of mine emailed me and is sending me down a very specific rabbit hole with a picture that I took like years ago. I want to send it to him because it'd be hilarious, but here I am just going through my phone trying to find it. I don't know where it is. Okay. Ah, I found it. Perfect. All right. Now I get back to work.
It's on Twitch. Hey, what's up, Andrew? Just driving home. And then what? Gonna work on some websites? Oh wait, if we're driving, don't be texting. Just listen to some lo-fi. Stare at my face. I can talk through what I'm doing if that's more soothing. A client emailed me last night, 8:06 p.m. He said, I haven't posted on our Facebook business page in about a year. I went to log on to make some content. The page doesn't even exist anymore. Have you ever seen anything like this happen? So, what I'm doing is investigating if that's actually the case. Or if he's being a typical business owner and just not going to the right places. So, first thing I do is go to his website, because we always put their Facebook page in the footer when we build it. So if I go here, yeah, it looks like it's not here. Because the owner, when it happens, it's usually because, interesting. Let's type in their site or their business name. Where are they? Located in Jersey. I'll type in Facebook at the end of that and see it. So I see it here. It's like they got their page hacked or something. It's indexed by Google. But it's like privated. So I'm now just going to reply to him and just tell him what my findings are, because I really don't know what's going on. What is going on? How do they like even apply to get that back? They can't even visit the page. Oh, or it's been deleted. Is there a way to reactivate it? I've never had this happen to me. I guess I don't know why I keep just not consulting Gemini. Let me just do that. We asked Gemini what's going on. Okay. Okay, so step one, it's suggesting I open up a new browser. Like we'll go to Firefox. And what? Okay. Not now. And we're gonna open up an in private window. Then it wants us to go to the actual page link. So the actual page link I found in Google is okay. So it's Facebook. What is going on? / Okay. Did that, didn't work. Okay, if you get the same content not available error, the page is either unpublished, restricted, or deleted. Proceed to step 2. Step 2, change the page settings. Step 2 basically just says log in and go to your pages and says that to change the admin settings, but it's like, well, if he's not seeing it, then step 2 is irrelevant. Step 3, investigate admin access and potential hacking. If the page doesn't appear to be in their pages you manage lists, their admin access is gone. Then there's no other admin, so I can't ask anybody about that. Check Meta Business Suite. Many pages are managed through. Yeah, we checked that. Okay, so I guess the next thing I have to say is like, or is it not? Is the page not in the pages you manage section of your Facebook account? I have to send him a screenshot. Of what that looks like. It's not on my list. Access was never given to me. Gemini, where are you? It's like part of being a marketing agency, especially like if we don't even do like organic social for our clients. Like this isn't even in scope, but this is something that they like all of our clients email us about, like anything like tech related or social related or anything like pseudo marketing related always comes to us. So even though like it's not in our scope, it's like still decent to actually know about. Like, we've had to become email marketing experts just because clients will sign up for CRMs and they'll want to like send emails from those, and then the CRMs are asking them to like update SPF and DKIM records in their DNS settings, and so like the first people they call is us, the marketing company, not the IT company. So when you work with small businesses, it's really like you kind of have to be well-rounded, or at least like be willing to learn to be well-rounded, because you end up being like the sole point of help for them. All right, so this is why, a little lesson on why it's good to network with other agency owners. And it is totally off the wall. Like there's this, so anybody who knows me knows that I track time, or I make sure that our team tracks time religiously, because I want to know that the time that we're spending on clients is profitable. That if a client's paying us $500 a month, just a random number, we're not spending 50 hours a month on that client, because that's like $10 an hour. So when we productize our services, we really need to know how much time is expected to go into a client at most. With ClickUp, it has this like really weird nuance where like that I've noticed, where if you look at a specific task, that we'll have one that has like an estimate on it here. So on these tasks, we have time estimates, and then they have time tracked on the right-hand side. The weird thing about this is like when I have these dashboards, so like in it's hard if you're not familiar with ClickUp, it's hard to explain, but like there's tasks and there's subtasks. Tasks will have, you can have time estimates, and then you can also have time estimates in the subtasks as well. If you put time estimates in the subtasks, the time estimate in the parent task will add together the subtask time, and it'll accumulate all of that. And then agency doesn't mean IT guy, it just means like everything guy. Like that's the smart guy. That's the guy that does technology. But the issue with that is like that seems like really cool, but then when you go to what we have, this dashboard that we created to like to show us how much total time can we spend on this client, time estimated column right here, and the time remaining column versus the time tracked. The time estimate will only pull in like what is physically written into the parent task. It will not pull in the time estimates that were accumulated from the subtasks. And like, so like my rule when we were setting this up to the team was like, don't put any estimated time in the subtasks. All estimated time has to go into the actual parent tasks. I was talking with another agency owner who connected with me from one of these live streams, and I had like we were doing just like a video call, and I was explaining this to them because he also uses ClickUp and also tracks time religiously in here. And then he sent me a message today. It was late last night. He said, "Do you have this active in your Click apps, which is time estimate rollup? Calculate the total time estimate based on the subtasks of a task." I didn't even know this was a thing, and I could have it enabled. I don't know. So we're gonna look, and I'm gonna see if that fixes it. So first I need to find Click apps. I don't go in here enough to know where Click apps is. If we go into settings, App Center, all Click apps, time estimate. Yeah, it's turned on. Yeah, it is. So mine's just a bug then. But it would have been a cool story if it fixed it. About networking with other agency owners. Yeah. I think if people reach out to me and they're looking for advice, you need to provide a lot more context. I have a Reddit message from this guy that says, "I'm a video editor. I'm not landing any clients. I'm very frustrated." Then he links me to his portfolio and said, "Here's my portfolio." Like, man, I don't. Okay, like, what are you? Like, what are you doing to try to get clients? Do you have like a niche? Like, what's your like specialty? So the first thing he does is he sends me to his website and says, "This is my portfolio." But your website is like, this might be a hot take, but your website is arguably, it's not the thing that gets you clients. Like you get clients, you networking, you going out, you engaging with things like that gets you clients. I think people lean on their website too much as a crutch. Like, if I'm not getting clients, it's probably my website. It's not. Yeah. Yeah. I'll just fix it for him. I know nothing about video editing. I'd be like the worst video editing agency owner out there. I just have basic like business fundamentals. I'm also not a good web designer. I had somebody in the Discord tell me that he said our website looks basic, and he's like, no offense or anything. I'm like, yeah, like basic and ugly sells. How you think I landed my wife? That's what she's into. I know I should. If you're ever in it's both. It's everywhere. It's Facebook. It's Reddit. It's the Discord. It's like everyone's always like, they'll ask for advice and like they'll provide no context. Like there's something in here. Here, there's literally this post here on Reddit. Facebook ads for web development / SEO leads. I'm thinking of launching Facebook ads for my agency growth. Is this a good idea or not? I don't know. Like, do you have a niche? Have you done any kind of other outreach? Like, can we have more than this? I think I even said that, and I got downvoted. Could you believe that? I said, I'm assuming your agency is relatively small. I would always focus on free / unpaid methods of acquisition before putting money towards ads. Which, obviously, I should have known that was worthy of a downvote. I feel like there isn't enough information here for anyone to give you any real solid advice, which there isn't. You said you have a limited budget, but Facebook generally needs a higher budget to see meaningful results, let alone to optimize with, which is what everybody else is saying here. Have you done any cold outreach or prospecting of any kind? He says, I did LinkedIn outreach for crowdfunding marketing and the results were good. And then he gets upvoted for that. And I'm like, what is going on? You say something sensible and then get downvoted. And then someone says no information and then gets upvoted. Also, I did LinkedIn outreach for crowdfunding marketing and the results were good. So is this where I just say, like, keep doing that then? If the results were good, then why would you consider another medium? Like, did it stop? Like, what is the context? I feel you, man. What's the most upvoted one on here? This guy basically says that Facebook ads for web dev agencies is pretty tough. Like, if you don't have a high budget, you're going to burn through it pretty fast. And they have better ROI from LinkedIn outreach and cold email than Facebook ads for this type of service, which is what everybody was saying. It's what I was saying. It's also what he was mimicking. He was like, I had better luck with that. Then I was just like, okay, we'll keep doing that then. And so he says, thanks for this. Was thinking the same all the time, but the offer is good. I might get some people, ? And I just want to be like, you can't get good clients with good offers. You get bad clients with good offers. You get picky clients with good offers. Yeah. I know. I had a stream a couple days ago. I think it was like Monday or Tuesday. And I was just like giving like general business advice. And like to me it was common sense. And like there were a couple of guys in the comments or the chat saying like wow, I'm really smart and all this. And it's like I'm really not. Like it's just experience you get with owning a business and an agency. And like for me at this point, and for anybody I think at this level, is just kind of common sense. And I could tell some of the answers I was giving to some of the questions on stream like wasn't what people wanted to hear. Like they were it was like kind of corny things that you hear like Gary Vee talk about, where he's like, someone says something like, if you would give one piece of advice for someone to see success in the industry, what would it be? And like my answer was like, you just have to love what you do. Like you have to love business and like be excited about doing it, because you have to put a lot of hours and time into it. And if you don't love doing it, then you're just going to hate your life, and nothing's going to be easy or fun about it. And like that's not the answer people want to hear, right? People want to hear like some kind of shortcut or hack to get there. But like the longer you do this, I mean, I've been doing this for 7 years, and the longer you do it, you just start to realize that there aren't any hacks or shortcuts, and that the true hacks are enjoying it. And so when you give that advice, I think people don't like it. You get downvoted because it's like they're newcomers that are listening to it, and they're like that's stupid. That's just generic advice anybody would give. And I just think it's advice that anybody that has any weight to what they're worth would give. Just so much of these brain rot Hormozy fans coming out of the woodwork, and nothing against Hormozy himself, but it's just like the people that follow him consume the content without actually taking any action, so they actually have no perspective on it. Andrew, you gotta join the Discord now. Oh, hey, Brandon. Nice to see you join again. What are you doing this afternoon? Nice, dude. Wait, is this your sophomore year or junior year? Oh my, don't even start, dude. Maybe I should just feed into it. Yeah, you are. You are getting old. You should start thinking about like life insurance and like your will and what you're gonna do when you die, because you're getting there. Yeah, Andrew, I made one. That'll be smart. Yeah. Make sure you do it in Florida or Arizona or Iowa because there's no income tax. Andrew, yeah, that's right. You don't really hang out in the Reddit. The Reddit and this live stream is like the only places that I've shared it. Here, let me pop it in there. Let me pop it in the chat. There you go. Brandon, I'm just wrapping up some work for the week. I was sick on Wednesday. I had I spent all Thursday working on the podcast, and so I haven't really done much agency work, so I'm catching up on client emails today. Yeah, just wrapping things up. Figured I'd stream because there's not a lot of deep work that I have to do. I think tomorrow I'm going to stream, but I am building a knowledge base for an AI that I'm working on for one of my clients. Thanks, man. I don't know, if no one's saying anything, these work streams are a little weird because I don't really see a lot of people doing them, so I don't know exactly what the flow is supposed to be. So I can do I can narrate what I'm working on, or I can just be quiet and let everybody listen to lo-fi, and then if somebody wants to chime in, then I can talk. So I don't know what the correct flow is yet. Yeah, this is a one of two. Cody has the other one, but we both have two shirts. One says not an influencer, and the other one says I'm not a guru. It's from the Super Hot Fly. I'm not a rapper. That's the reference. Here, maybe I can find it. You guys would all recognize him.
Olive Garden's new Calabrian steak and shrimp bucatini is here for your...
We gotta not have that happening. All right, there we go. Yeah, you know the GIF, right? This is the Super Hot Fly. But in one of his videos, he's got a shirt on that says "I'm not a rapper." Let's see if we can find it. Do I have to type in shirt? Super Hot Fire. Sorry, not fly. Super Hot Fire. There it is. Here. Right there. Except I'm not a guru. Maybe we'll put a swag store up and then we'll list these for sale. How often do my minions ask me questions about their work and clients? Like what kind of questions? Like are you just asking how buttoned up our processes are, or like how much they care about their work? Like oh, I mean, every now and then. I mean, I would say probably every day. But, like, we have 50 clients. So, like, you're going to run into, like, a couple questions every now and then. Like, I bet I've got a question, like, from Lisette right now. She said, could you talk with a client? Like, and she says, they aren't getting any impressions, and I've done as much as I can to their ads and still nothing. They're wanting to promote snow blowing, like snow removal ads now, which is August. They're in Minnesota, so she wants me to see if like I can talk to them and just be like, hey, like your ads aren't serving even though you paid us for the month, so like expect a refund. But I already told them like these aren't going to serve. And so there are questions like that, and like some of them, like that's a unique one. I bet if I go into Eva's account here, she goes, let's say like, yeah, hey, I finished the leaf removal page for this one client, published it, but I haven't linked it yet. Could you check how the header image looks on your screen when you get the chance? Because for some reason her screen is like a lot smaller, and whenever she posts something, like the orientation of like the hero image is like really weird. So then I have to like go in and look at it and double check it. But yeah, it's probably once a day, I would say, from at least everybody. Eva has a lot of questions about like formatting and like wording and things like that. And then Lisa might have questions about deliverability or cost per lead. He's like, yeah, we have a lot of systems in place, but we still can't like control external forces. We can't control like CPCs or cost per leads or things like that, but we can pull certain levers. Sometimes you pull all levers and there's nothing you can do, and really the best thing to do is just communicate to the account manager, who's me, to communicate to the client that, hey, we've done everything we can. This is what we're looking at for the month. Also, sometimes like our team questions our systems too, which they're what's the word? I suck at words. They're encouraged to question systems. So Eva has been working on this like image gallery thing to where like we use a site called 123rf.com, and that's where we get all of our images from that we can use on our client sites. And it's very much like Adobe stock or something like that, except we like pay for the rights to use them. And so usually when we build a new site and our client doesn't have images, then we'll go to 123rf and we'll like find the images we need that we've already downloaded and already own, and then we'll use those. Well, that can be a process in itself. So what Eva want to do is like, she goes, hey, this process kind of sucks. We could cut down a lot of time if I just downloaded all the images that we have, file them, like resize them appropriately, compress them appropriately, name them appropriately, file them away into like different files and folders depending on like the service or like the type of client or things like that. And then when it comes to actually like having to place the images, she doesn't have to go to 123rf, download the image, resize it, crop it, compress it, name it, and all she has to do is go find the service folder in Google Drive, find the image she wants to use, download it, and then upload it to the client site. That's it. So she's been taking on this huge project herself. No one ever told her to do this, which is really cool. She just wanted to be able to do it more efficiently. She just messaged a minute ago, said, hey, would you guys be free to talk about image gallery stuff next week, referencing this project she's been working on. Like Tuesday, I discovered some of the images we've used in the past are, quote, editorial use only, and I want to talk about replacing them. And then Cody just said, yep, send us an invite. So like, this is either a mistake on my part of not recognizing that an image was editorial use only from years ago, and it might not even be on a site that we're currently managing, but we still have access to. So, which is probably why she wants to talk to us about it, so we could go in and appropriately replace those, given that disclaimer in there. Yeah, there's all kinds, like they'll have questions about the processes. They're also just kind of be like, hey, this process isn't good, so let's make a new one or let's update it. I mean, we're still like, processes and procedures are like living and breathing. So we like, they update and expand every day. Like I just explained to you just now. So we went really hard on them probably the start of last year, like really hard. So we hired Angie. We hired Angie, I think at the end of 2023, like maybe like October-ish, and her role was literally to document processes. She went to school for technical writing, and so like we're like, this is your role, like that's all you're doing is you're documenting processes. And we've gone like hard on that since. So yeah, I mean, since hiring Angie is like just over 2 years, but also like it's just always evolving. So every time we have a new process or a process update, like a UI changes and she has to go in and change that, like I let her know and she always rolls her eyes in a jokingly manner, and then I just say, you know, Angie, you know what we call that here? We call that job security. No, I don't care about duplicate images. If the client's not going to provide their own, then like they get what they get. Also, they're in totally, completely different local markets. So like, a client using images like a stock image in Iowa is not going to be impacted by another client in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania using the same stock image. It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. It's all about how you optimize the images too. Like if you're really concerned about it. So like the alt text and image title are things that we will change based on the client. So like we'll put like the client's location in those fields and like be more specific about that client there, but the like visually the image doesn't really matter. Now, it's always better from a user experience perspective to have your own images with like your own company branding in them. So we always recommend clients have that, but they just never do. No, because we have a competition clause, so we don't generally work with competitors in the same market. So that was a value that's changing. So I'll tell you the progression of how like we've worked with competition in the past. When we first started, that was a value sell that we had. We just didn't work with competition at all. We said if you were in a market and you were working with us, we would not work with one of your competitors. That like intrigued a lot of people and it got us a lot of clients. Over time, a couple of things started happening. One was we started getting more and more clients or prospects calling us from markets that we already had clients in. Not a big deal. It was just a downer that we had to turn down those clients. The other things that happened was we had clients that didn't have they were in the same market but didn't have the same service area. So like example is we had 2 clients that were in the Columbus, Ohio area. One was in North Columbus, one was in East Columbus, but they didn't intersect. One of them grew into the other one's markets. So then we had to create like a new clause in there that was like, well, we're not responsible for that. We're not going to fire a client just because somebody else grew into another market. Then the next evolution of that was we got a really big franchise account, and that franchise account has over 100 locations. So we don't manage all their locations. We're like the franchisee can choose to use us or not on an individual franchisee basis. But if that clause was still active, then technically that franchise would be our only client, because if we took on one of the franchisees at each one of those locations, then they'd be in a competing market for every landscaping and lawn care business in the U.S. So we updated the clause to say like, okay, if you have more than 2 locations, you are now exempt from that clause. You are no longer able to lock down your markets, because that also like helped with non-franchise locations that had more. So we have a couple clients who aren't franchises but have like 6 locations. We have one client that has like 6 locations and they're in Iowa, and that pretty much locks down Iowa, which isn't like totally fair. Like the entire they can't even physically serve everybody in Iowa. So we created the rule of like, if you have more than 2 locations, you cannot lock down the market. If you have 1 location, you can, and vice versa, right? So if you're locking down your market, but then another company that comes in has 6 locations and one of the locations happens to be in your market, then you have to ignore that. Like they're just too big to have that clause. It's kind of complicated to explain, and I don't really like it. Enter in the final era of the competition clause, which is what we're dealing with right now. So we have a sprinkler system installation company and repair company in Minnesota. They're in the Twin Cities market. Twin Cities market has like 5 million people in it. Technically, their service area is like the whole metro. This year has been tough for Minneapolis. It's been very, very rainy, which means Not a lot of people are looking for sprinkler systems, and not a lot of people are running them. When they're not running them, they don't know if they're broken. They don't need to be maintenance. They don't need to be any of that. So this company is not doing super well, and it's climate and weather related. So they decided to start doing other services like landscaping and lawn care and any other kind of projects related to the green industry. At the same time that he decided to make this decision, we got an inquiry from a prospect in northern Minneapolis, also serving the entire metro, except they specifically do all landscaping and lawn care and even irrigation. I lived in the Minneapolis market for 4 years, and I know how big it is. It is unrealistic for one company doing less than $1 million in revenue to absolutely claim the entire market of the Twin Cities. So, the new rule, it's pending right now. I have to talk with Cody more aggressively about this, but the new rule is 1 client per million residents. So, in the Twin Cities market, we can technically have 5 clients because there are 5 million residents. I feel like that's fair. So, like, if you have a market that has 200,000 people, we'll have 1 client. That's it. Will it change in the future to be updated? Maybe. We could also do, like, I played around with the idea of doing, like, 3 clients per service area, because there's 3 spots in the local map pack and, like, 3 to 4 spots and ads at the top of a Google search. And all of your clients could be there without being oversaturated. So, yeah, we've thought about different things. We haven't run into the competition situation very much. We've just had to think of things as it's come up. But with how it has been in the past, with clients who have like 6 locations, they usually have their own photography and their own branding. So running into situations where we're using the same photos across multiple sites in the same market has actually never happened. All right, that was long-winded. Have you looked in Auction Insights and seen 2 of your clients battling out? Nope, never. Never seen our clients battle it out in the same markets, because we have never had the same client, or we've never had 2 clients in the exact same market running the exact same services. It sounds a little counterintuitive to what I just explained because of the situations that we've run into, but all the situations that we've run into have been situational, and they've just made us be proactive instead of reactive. So this Minneapolis and Twin Cities examples that I gave you, we have 1 client in that market and we had a prospect coming in. That made me stop and go to Cody and say, okay, I can see a problem coming up and we need to address it now. The other situations with like the multiple locations and like that clause, that was a proactive problem I brought up to Cody when we took on the franchise account. And I was like, this is going to be a problem if we don't create a rule for it. But we've actually never had a one of those franchisees overlap one of our existing clients in terms of service area. Because the other unique thing is, like, the franchisee that we worked with, their service areas were like 5 square miles, like like super tight. And so even though we might have a Dallas client and then like a Dallas franchisee client, their service areas don't intersect because the Dallas metro is so big. Like, one could be north, one could be south, one could be east, one could be west, and none of them are in competition with each other. With local services, like, the name of the game is like route density, and so the denser you can have your route as a local service business, the more profitable you can be. So a lot of these companies really focus on route density, whereas if they had like really big service areas, then like they're constantly driving all over the place. They're burning fuel, burning labor, burning resources, rather than just focusing on one tighter area. What do I think my biggest bottleneck in terms of growth speed, and how do you think you'll fix it or help it? I'd say our biggest bottleneck is going to be, well, I think it's a lot actually. Like there's a lot of components to it, and they're all interchanging. So, the first one is labor. You can't grow if you don't have the physical labor to actually do things, and you have to respect people's time. So like what a lot of agencies will do is they'll just, if somebody's scheduled to work 40 hours a week, then they will put 40 hours of client time on their schedule and then not account for internal labor. Then that person ends up working 50 to 60 hours a week, 10 to 20 of those unpaid, and then they get burnt out and quit. And now you are in this vicious cycle of trying to find people to work, but the environment you've created is too stressful. And so you have to grow at a rate that is sustainable for your workplace health and also the output that you can deliver. The second part of that is, well, then people will say, well, you can outsource things, which is true. Well, then the second part of that becomes quality. And once you outsource things, usually you don't have control over the quality of the deliverable you want to provide. Now, you might, for a little bit, you might find a good outsourced white label partner that can handle that quality. But as soon as your agency realizes you have an outsourced partner, usually what you're going to do is you're going to just start, like, you're going to put the gasoline under client acquisition. And once you put the gasoline on the client acquisition, you start offloading all of this to your white label partner. 9 times out of 10, your white label partner is not going to tell you, oh, please stop. No, stop giving us money. Like, we can't take on the clients. They're going to try to churn out as much work as they can, and then that quality starts to suffer, and you have no control over it, except for finding a new white label partner. So we have the first two issues. We have labor, and then we have quality of work. The third thing is just going to be processes and procedures. Like you're going to run into things that break things as you grow, and you're never going to be able to predict those things until you get to those points. You can to a certain extent, and we have, but we haven't been able to predict how to overcome those things because the way that it happened was unique to our situation. So we knew when we made this business model that we had a low-cost service, and that the way that our agency was going to make a lot of money was by having a lot of clients and onboarding a lot of clients. We knew that there was going to be a mental load barrier, where one person in a typical agency might have 10 to 15 clients of like medium-sized clients that they can handle. One person in our agency has about 30 to 40. It's a lot because there are a lot of smaller clients that don't require a lot of work each month. That's still a mental load. Like that's a huge mental barrier. Also, the more clients you have, the more work you have internal and operationally with invoicing and project management and just like really, really unique things of just like setting up client folders and making sure like if one changes to your process for your clients, like you have to repeat that change to every single one of your clients. The more clients you have, the more of an operational load it takes. So then we have to start thinking of like processes and procedures for internal operations. And the name of the game ends up becoming operational efficiency versus client efficiency. So yeah, I mean, there's so many bottlenecks, and as soon as you solve one and you open it up, you go to the next one. There's another bottleneck that you gotta figure out and open up. But we have realized that the path forward in more profitability is upsells now. It's not just like onboarding new clients and churning and burning. It's like, okay, how can we increase the average value of each client month over month in an upsell manner? And so like, even though like everything is based off of like a labor hour, so in theory, if like a client's paying us $600 a month, that's 4 labor hours that are allocated to that. and we upsell them a service, that's another $600 a month. That's another 4 hours. So now we allocate 8 hours to that client. Those 8 hours are way, way easier on the account manager and the internal team than having 2 clients at 4 labor hours each. So it's almost unquantifiable to prove that 1 client at 8 labor hours is far easier than 2 clients at 4 labor hours. But it's something that we've learned just by doing this. And so the more clients that we can have in this example at 8 labor hours each, at the appropriate billable hour, the more profitable we can be and the more we can grow with the team that we have and the more we can pay our team. So that's the bottleneck right there. So that's what we've been focusing really hard on is upsells. We're not going as heavy on new client acquisition. We've got 30 to 40 clients right now on marketing services. So let's just focus on getting those clients to the next tier. Well, I love the questions, man. Like, you always ask the in-depth questions that don't have straightforward answers. It just comes with time. I think, like, as long as you have foresight and you can be proactive and just saying, like, the thing that's helped me and Cody is if something comes up and we're like, that's not ideal, we don't just put a Band-Aid over it and just say, okay, well, this solves the situation, let's move on. We look at that and say, hey, okay, why did this happen? Like, how did we get this cut? And what happens if we got a million more of these cuts? And usually it's like pretty catastrophic, or we're like, hey, this is a problem and we need to just address it. And just address it there. And that's always what we do. So I don't know if I can think of an example off the top of my head, but like, I got a really weak one that I'll use, but like, all of our clients, they fill out a client information document, a CID. And it's just like when they onboard with us, they fill the whole thing out. Think of it like a Google form, except we use a Google Sheet. They fill the whole thing out. But 9 times out of 10, somebody forgets something, like something that's important. And it's really annoying to go back and have to deal with this. And so we will say, like it would happen like 2 times or 3 times. And we're like, okay, this is a problem. I don't want to deal with this anymore. And then we have to figure out how can we like idiot proof it so like they can't miss that. And then we just work that into the processes in the system. It's every little detail that's just like, you think to yourself and you go, well, that's not ideal. Well, then fix it. Or like what happens if that's 10 times worse or 100 times worse? Then what's your solution? I wish I could find a better example of something recently that that we just did that because it happens like every day. We're always looking at our processes. Yeah, I can't think of anything right now, but if something comes up, I'll let you know if I remember to. It's also like yeah, I wish. It's also just like how can you the other way that I look at everything is like human error is probably like the worst detriment to like any business out there in my opinion. And I haven't slept on that, so like take that with a grain of salt. But how can you eliminate human error in any situation? Like are there checklists they can follow? Are there if-and statements that you can make? Are there automations that you can make that deter people from doing certain things if other things haven't been done? What's literally everything you can do to eliminate human error. So like in our documentation, we don't just say send the client an email about their proofs, like for their ad previews or whatever. The documentation literally says send a client a ad preview email and then says here's the email template. Like you can't mess this up. Just do the things. And so like if another mistake happens, like I guess this isn't an example. It's more of like a thing our team knows about us. But if a mistake is made, I'm usually one of the first people to ask, how can we prevent this from happening again? And like that's like my first reaction. Basically what I'm asking is how can we eliminate the human error from this, or mitigate it. Mitigate's a better word. And no, AI is not the answer, because AI has arguably more errors than human. Sometimes the solution is adding more human elements to it, like a check. Like we have automations that fire, and sometimes they just don't. And so the solution then becomes a new task in ClickUp that automates every X amount of days, and it literally just has someone tells someone to check this automation. Did it fire? Or check these logs. Now, when you do that, you got to be careful too, because the more of those tasks you add, the more labor hours it consumes. So you don't want to anytime you add like an extra step to something where someone has to physically do something, you have to be conscious about the labor hours that are required to do that thing. I also don't particularly want to be like an owner operator for the rest of my life. It's like I don't want to like sit here and like do client work. I'm always trying to figure out like how can I remove me from the situation. and it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be, how can I remove me from the situation in like 3 years? You know, it won't be 3 years either. It'll probably be like another 5 years. Math is hard. Another 10 years. Although my wife's been getting really into like manifestation. So if I say 10 years, it's going to be 10 years. But if I say like a more realistic number, I want to be out of this work by 5 years. There. I have to manifest it. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Oh. Sorry, I gotta mute the desktop audio. I got a client call coming in. Evergo Marketing, this is Jake. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think I just followed up with you via text too. Yeah, no, I wanted to confirm. So you were kind of making the decision to go with us then? Okay. Yeah, for sure. Did you get a chance to look at that sales deck I sent over too? I just want to see if you got a chance to look at those website examples. Mm-hmm. Well, if you do your own, just make sure that it's on WordPress, because that's the only platform we work with currently. Okay, sounds good. All right, thank you. Bye-bye. Crap, when I flicked my computer headphone off, my earpiece flew out. So now it's just like on both of them. So now it's just like this thing. Can I put my Bose pieces on those? Let's see. Hold on. Well, the left one has been like that for a long time. I'm so lazy. This happens a lot, and Cody's always like, just buy a new one, put on the business card, and I just never do. I just don't care. Yeah, I could put the Bose ones on there. I'm doing that. I just can't forget them or lose them, or else I won't have headphones to go running with. Yeah, that was a client or a prospect I had talked to like a week ago, and he was calling me to let me know that they're gonna go with me, which to me honestly doesn't mean anything. Like nothing means anything to me until the money is in the Stripe account. So I've had so many times that clients sign the agreement and they just kind of ghost. So But the thing that kind of worries me is that we have to rebuild his website because, or not rebuild, I guess he doesn't even have a website. So we have to build the website. And the cost to build his website is $4,000. That's roughly 20 to 30 labor hours, or I guess 25 labor hours. And he said that's out of the price range. So they're going to try to build it themselves. I'm like, it's going to be tough because, like, they want to be ready to go by the, like, end of October. And they're in a warmer climate, so they work all year. But what I think is going to happen is they're going to try to build their website on WordPress, realize it's a lot more difficult than they think it is. They're going to give me like a really half-assed website from my perspective, right? From their perspective, they probably put a lot of work into it, but it's not going to be like structurally good. And then I'm going to be like, well, there's like, you know, we still have to do significant changes to this, and they're not going to be ready to go by the time they want to go. So I'm a little concerned about that one. And so in my head, like, if they can't get over the $4,000 website cost, they're gonna try to build with their own. Like, my expectations are extremely low on actually converting this client and bringing them over the finish line. But I'll keep my hopes up. And yeah, we do use a WordPress. We have template sites that we built. So we have like two versions of the template site that we built, and then when a client signs on with us, we basically just modify the template site and deliver that. Custom content, all new images, branding is related to them. And then what else was I gonna say about it? So when I send a sales deck over, like, the second page has examples of sites that we've built, and they can click on the logos and go to those pages. So when somebody says, hey, I want to work with you, and we're expected to build a site, I always say, hey, did you look at those sites? Because, like, that's setting the expectation of what your site is going to look like. I've had too many situations where people are like, I want you to build the site. We build the site, and they're like, I don't like it. It looks cookie cutter. I'm like, duh. Like, like, that's what this whole thing was quoted on. When you send out invoices every month, we send out invoices on the 15th of every month. So everybody got theirs 7 days ago. Like 7 days before the new month, 15 days before the month ends. Or in other words, 2 weeks. So they get 2 weeks to pay. So everybody's invoice is automated on the 15th. They get technically 2 weeks. They'll always have a minimum of 2 weeks to pay, right? So even if it's February, even if there's only 28 days in February, there's still like 2 weeks. Well, it's 13 days. It's pretty close. So I guess if you can count the 15th, then it is 14 days. But there's no like late fees or anything like that. Like we have clients who end up paying on like the 5th of the following month, and then we run the campaign. Like 25, 26 days is still long enough to run a full campaign. Yeah. Yep. So we do pay for the ad spend ourselves. So we list the ad spend on the invoice, and they pay for that up front as well. That way, like, every dollar they spend is literally through us. They don't have multiple vendors or anything like that. Our accountant does. We don't. So, the government sees it as revenue, but then it is immediately removed as a cost of goods sold on the balance sheet. Or, I'm not an accountant, so I get these confused. Not the balance sheet, the P&L. Yeah, on the P&L statement, it gets immediately removed as a cost of goods sold. Did my Spotify pause? Sure did. Oh, the device switched. That's what happened to my phone. We base everything, we have a number that we use called MRGP, which is monthly recurring gross profit. And that's how we base all of our expenses and our payroll and our planning, like our financial planning on, is MRGP. So we have gross profit, which is a lot higher number than MRGP. So MRGP is monthly reoccurring. That's the key terminology there. Gross profit would also include things from like projects like website builds or onboarding costs or setting up Google accounts or setting up emails. Did I say that already? That's Google accounts. Or like one-off page builds or one-off things. That all factors into gross profit and revenue. But we don't use any of that to forecast expenses or anything like that. We only use monthly reoccurring gross profit, which are from services like monthly SEO or monthly retainers or monthly whatever. Those are the only thing that's used to forecast. So we might have an MRGP of $35,000, but when we get our P&Ls, our gross profit might actually be $80,000. And that's because $35,000 of that was from monthly recurring gross profit, and then $45,000 of that was from projects. Yeah, but it's all over time. Like, it's not like it doesn't all hit you in the face right away. Like, all this stuff that I'm explaining to you, I've had 7 years to learn it from my accountant. Like, we got our accountant at day one, and because we're like, we want books done cleanly, and whenever we had a question, we just asked. And I think this goes into, like, you were asking this question the other day on stream. You were saying, like, what's like one of the most traits a successful person can have, and it's just ask questions. And it's just, you just start to build and accumulate this knowledge over time. Like this, like streaming, like everything I'm doing right now, this was daunting. Like learning OBS, learning multi-streaming, learning like how to aggregate chats from multiple streams, how to bring in Spotify lo-fi girls so I wasn't going to get copyright issues, how to making sure my screen was blurred, so like I wasn't giving away sensitive information. When I got this, I have a mirrorless camera, the Panasonic Lumix G85, which don't even get me started how I'd figure out how to buy that. But this sign caused like a ripple effect, like on the whole thing, because the frame rate was too slow, or too fast. So I had to like slow the frame rate down in order so that sign wouldn't flicker in the background. Like everything you do is going to be extremely daunting, but it's just having the perseverance and just like the determination to continue moving forward and learning as you go. You're not going to forget. Like the amount of information you can retain is unfathomable. So just like take everything one step at a time. No one's asking you to just learn everything all at once. I talk to people that have been in business twice as long as me and know less about business because they're not asking questions. They're just going out there and just collecting paychecks, and their business really isn't growing. Yeah, and you never know. You don't know what you don't know. Which can be even scarier to a place to be if you're not willing to ask questions. The you know more than you think you know is really unique to think about too, because that always trips me up. Because I always feel like I know nothing, and then like the amount I know when I'm talking to somebody that I think should know more than me, and they don't, is like, it's really weird. Yep, exactly. And the better off you are too. Yeah, I always like to say that like
stupid people are happier in life. People who think too much and worry too much are intelligent and oh, you hear two of me, really? Oh, I see. There you go. All fixed. Oh my God, get these annoying people off of here. Yeah, but the longer you ponder, I think like you can really talk yourself into like bad spirals and like prevent yourself from actually doing things. I do it to myself. Like I was doing it to myself this morning and last night, just with like the streaming and like the Discord and like managing Reddit. It's like, it's just so much, and I'm prepared to do it. And you know, none of it, it takes a lot of time and effort into doing it. And we have things planned for the podcast, and like, you know, I've been doing this for 3 years, and the podcast thing, and we've made no real effort to monetize it at all. 100% of the effort has just been audience building and content producing, and like we plan to shift the tides on it like really soon, but like my wife made a comment about it, and she's like, yeah, like it hasn't produced any money yet, and she was just kind of making a joke. But like I thought too hard about it, and I wasn't in a good headspace like late last night and this morning. I mean, you gotta get yourself out of that, or else you're gonna keep not thinking great things. Just keep pushing forward. Although we did get like a really wholesome email from a podcast listener today. That was really nice. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, it was
me see if I can find it. Yeah, I said I have feedback. Just wanted to drop both a quick message to say thank you. Today I landed my first retained client for my CRO agency, and your podcast has played a huge part in that. I've been listening pretty much since the beginning, and I'm fairly certain I've made it through every single episode, many of them more than once. The advice you share has been genuinely invaluable. You definitely helped me get to this point. He goes on to say, like, of course, we got a long way to go, but this win felt amazing. And I just want to let you know that the part you've played in making it happen. Keep doing what you're doing. The show is fucking brilliant. And like what, that came in at 9:59 this morning, and I was like, it's just the pick me up I needed. Yeah, it's cool when like listeners like write in or comment about it, you know. I think some people think that we're bigger than what we are, or that we don't have the time that we do to respond to some of the stuff, like some of the feedback, and we most certainly do. Or if we don't, we usually make time because it feels good. It's felt like a charity the last 3.5 years. Yeah, but it needs to be updated. I had on there like I wanted to go like hunt a bear with a bow, but like I don't know. I have no desire to hunt anything in my life ever now. Like as I've aged, I'm not like a vegan, like animal rights activist, but I just like I don't know. I'm just not a fan of like me pulling the trigger on an animal. So like. This is getting weird. Sorry. I have a bucket list, but it's like not like up to date. Like one of them is I want to do an Ironman triathlon. Like I did a half Ironman, and then I also want to run the Boston Marathon, which is something that I'm actually training for now to qualify for. I'm far off. I'm not like close. It's not like one of those. Not like one of those people that are like, I'm training for the Boston Marathon and I can run a marathon in 3.5 hours and I just gotta get it down 25 minutes, you know. No, I probably gotta like get it down an hour. But I'm training every day or every other day. There's a movie about this called the Chaos Theory with Ryan Reynolds. It's actually like a really good movie. It's not funny at all, which is unique for Ryan Reynolds. Where he like systematizes his entire life, like everything is based off of like the clock, and then like one thing goes wrong and it like throws his entire life off. But yeah, I thought I've thought about this of like trying to create like more efficiencies in my life, and they just like never account for chaos, you know. Like I feel like I had a lot of really good systems and when I lived in Minneapolis, and then 4 months ago we got thrown to Chicago, and so now everything is all backwards. You know, we've had to budget completely differently, and just like we're now adjusting to the new life. So just when you think you have everything down in life, like everything changes, and like you just gotta adapt. I mean, yeah, build habits and save brain power. That's what Cody does. He just has like 18 black shirts and the same pair of pants, and he doesn't ever have to like think about what to wear. I am probably a little more I probably like to live a little more. Well, I like to live a little more than Cody. So like I don't try to like create an efficiency in everything I do. Yeah, I think it just kind of comes down to who you are and like how you work. Cody did this thing called second morning, where he would go to work. He'd wake up in the morning, he'd go to work, he'd come back, and I think he would take a nap. I don't know how long the nap was, like an hour or something like that. And he would get up and he would treat like when he woke up from the nap as another morning. Like, so he would like, I don't know if he like showered, brushed his teeth, got dressed, made a smoothie, and then he would like work after work on his own thing. Like that was really good for him. For me, I usually have to cut out just distractions and just like turn my phone off, or like if I really have to deep work, I'm tell you right now, I'm probably not stream because like this can be distracting. But I don't really do like, I'm like, the way that I work is I work until I burn out. So like I don't do scheduled breaks. I will work and work and work and work until I physically cannot or mentally cannot. And then I'll take a break. And then I'll go back to whatever. Yeah, I do the same thing. Like I had to force myself. Like I had an app on my, well, not an app on my phone, but I turned my phone, the color code just to like black and white. So like when you, like you don't have like those like, it's not as like distracting if it's just black and white. There's also apps on your phone. I was just, as I was scrolling, I saw an ad for an app on a phone. I can't remember what it was called, but you download it and it was like, you have this like little, I don't know, it's almost like a Tamagotchi, like this little character that like likes to knit things. And the longer you don't use your phone, the more it knits. And like it creates like these little like, I don't know, knitted socks or whatever. And then you can trade those knitted socks to like furnish this character's room. So the whole point is like, you can like, the less you use your phone, the more you can take care of this thing, because the more it can like sustain. It's just a fun little app to like get you to not use your phone. And if I had that issue when I worked, then I would probably do something like that. But the problem is like we're working on so much at Evergrow and the Agency Growth podcast that it's really all I can think about. And so my distraction from reality is actually just working on the business. And like the hardest thing for me to do was to like put down video games. And I know you're a huge like Marvel Rivals fan, but like I had like, when I first started Evergrow, I was straight up addicted to Gears of War 4, Apex Legends, and Fortnite. And like I could not put any of those down. And then eventually I just did. I think I just got super busy and I put them down. And then unfortunately, fortunately, I never picked them back up, because anytime I thought about doing that, I always thought that I could be working. I could be writing a blog post. I could be creating content. I could be doing X, Y, Z. And I felt guilty for doing anything that was just like wasting time. But I mean, it's smart. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, probably. Depends on how you look at it, I guess. I think happiness is definitely worth it, but I think you can find happiness in other things that aren't. So like give an example. Like, I find happiness in working on the business. I find happiness in my relationship with my wife. Yeah, I love working, man. Like, I love working on the thing that I'm building. I am like, Evergrow is my baby. I love working on this. I love the Agency Growth podcast. I love like engaging with other agency owners and helping people. And like I can say that with the Agency Growth podcast because like we don't make money from people. So when I actually help people, I actually do help them, and it feels good. With like Evergrow, like I'm making money from helping people. So like I just love building the business in Evergrow. So this is fun. Now there are times when like I work so much on the business because I love it that I stop paying attention to my wife, or like I stop like giving her the attention that she needs. And I have to kind of come back and say like why am I doing Evergrow? Like why am I doing all this? And I'm doing all of it so I can enjoy more of life. I can go on more vacations. I can take time off and hang out with her. I can do the things that I want to do. So then I just have to realize or remember that like that's what really matters in life, is just kind of like being there, doing the things you love with the people you love. The problem with video games is I just feel like they're a trap. Like now, also as you get older, you'll probably feel this way too. But like it feels like a trap. Like I don't know of a single game that I can play where I would be happy logging on and spending like an hour on and then be done. I don't know a single game. Every other game, like every game I can think of, man, give me 5 hours. Like I need 5 hours as a commitment to play this because I am going to binge it. And I can't see myself dedicating 5 hours to anything that's not productive. Yeah, I did the same thing too. Right? I only gamed with friends too, but like those 5 hours were super fun. Oh yeah. I definitely miss it. I miss it's weird how you miss it though, because like I miss the fun that I had. But I don't like the life. I didn't like the life I was living while I was doing it, you know? Like I only enjoyed the time I was gaming, and the time that I wasn't gaming I didn't enjoy that. And as I got older I realized like I spend more time in life not gaming. So I would rather live a life where I'm happier for the most amount of time. And if that means not gaming, then that's fine because I'm still happier the majority of the time. It's like you go like you play, let's just say you wake up, you go to work, come back, you're home at like 6 p.m. You play for 5 hours, 6 to 11. That's your life, dude. That's the whole life. That's like you might as well just be dead. Like what you're just consuming it. That's how I felt about me. That's not saying that's what you, but like you're not living life. There's way more in life to see. Yeah, you barely lived at all, dude. You're 19. You haven't even begun to live life. This is your video game era. You could find an island somewhere and go live on there. this is how like this is weird. I wonder if any other viewers are finding this conversation entertaining at all. This is weird because like this is how addicted to video games I was. Is I see life now, like currently, right now, as a video game. Like that's what makes a lot of things exciting for me. The fact that I have to like pay rent or like pay car insurance or health insurance or like pay into some of this, but then like I also earn money from building this business and building this economy, like the small economy of inside my business, and then investing in other things. If you think of money as like as credits and you trade the credits for like perks in life, like that like changed the game for me. I don't know why. It made things just seem like so much less awful, and that when you pay the bills and you are able to take care of things financially, you're like winning at the game. Like you're beating it. And like that's how I've kind of saw things for so long, and I still see it like that way now. I just don't think about it as much. But I always think of Assassin's Creed Revelations, where like you can like buy stores or like invest in stores, and then like as you're just walking and playing the game, like the currency, I don't remember what it's called, maybe it was just gold, I don't know, it was getting like deposited into your wallet. And then as you played the game more and you bought more stores, and you could focus on that, you could focus on the stores that I learned was like through games. And no, I just it just makes me feel, it makes life easier to me to think about like how can I win this game. I don't know. There you go with the hard questions. Yeah, you gotta find. Are you familiar with Ikigai? Just gotta find your Ikigai. You gotta find something the world needs, something you're good at, something that makes money. What was the other one? Yeah, it's I think that's important. You usually start with like, what do you like to do? Like what's the most what do you like to do that gives you most fulfillment in life? Maybe it is video games. That's why a lot of people go into like game development. But you're passionate, world needs, you're good at, yeah, and what can make money. You know, I didn't find this until I didn't like ever grow like doing this. I didn't find this until like I wanted to climb the corporate ladder until I was like 23. And then I had really bad spending habits when I was in my lower 20s. Got into some debt that my wage couldn't really. I was like at a deficit pretty much. So I started Evergrow under the brand name, and all I was doing was like one-off like Google business profile optimizations, and that was it for like $250. And I was like, if I get 4 of those, it's $1,000. That was a lot for me at the time. So I started doing that just to pay down debt, and then I started building that more, and I became kind of like consumed by it. And probably about when I was 25, I think I became like truly passionate about it. Played a lot of video games between 19 and 25 though, just so you know. What's annoying? Well, don't search for it. Just enjoy life. Push forward, and do the things that are good society-wise. Like build your resume, build your character, build your person, just build. And then by the time you come out of that, you'll have a stronger foundation than 99% of people who are also in your position. Didn't you say have you been telling me you like business, like in general? It's probably gonna take longer than that. What's success to you? I mean, you're saying like to make it successful, take 5+ years. What does success mean to you? No, you could probably get your first deal before that. Just depends on what you like. I mean, I don't know anything about M&As. Maybe, but have you talked to anyone that does do M&As? Like, have you found anybody that has started their own business in that and talked to them about how they got started? I think you're assuming a lot of things. Like, you're saying, but if I don't know how to improve operations or how to improve consulting, like the business will fail. Not necessarily true. You learn how to improve operations as you do the business. You build the plane while you fly it. You know, we had an M&A advisor on our podcast, David Tobin. Like, find that episode and reach out to him on LinkedIn. I don't remember where it's at. Took the search bar off because it wasn't working very well. There he is. Episode 76. How to sell your agency for big money. I usually put their, yeah, his LinkedIn is right here. It's right in the copy. Oh, whoops. That has to be corrected. Well, I'm sure you can find him. I'll fix it now. Find him on LinkedIn. Just say, hey, I'm a student, XYZ. This is like what I want to do. Like, I want to get into M&A. What do I need to know? How did you get started? How soon can I start an M&A? And like, I would assume that you probably want to work for a firm first There's like a fine line between like thinking too much and just kind of doing. Especially if you're anything like me, you'll think yourself out of doing things because you get depressed about it. You gotta not do that. The link should be fine in Spotify. I don't know why it's broken on our website. Let me fix that. Nope, it's... What? Well, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know what's going on here. Can't wait to leave WordPress. Yeah, weird. It doesn't. The link doesn't work on here. That's so weird. Nothing ever goes according to plan, but you have to do some planning. We got an episode on this too. Want me to find it for you? Too bad. I'm almost there. Well, I'm locked in, man. Like I don't tell you. Episode 43. Planning too much versus just taking action. Both of those are bad. You got to find the middle ground. Eastern time. So what did I book that for them? That'd be 12. Or no, 12:30 to. Oh, it's not gonna work. Yeah, we gotta bump that back to 10:30. Yeah. Dealing with time zones is difficult for booking meetings. I don't know. I know I've thought about this on multiple occasions. I'd love to do like real estate, not like I love to do like commercial real estate. I'm assuming because you usually need money for commercial real estate, and so like I'm assuming after the agency means after I sell it, which means that I would then have money. So commercial real estate I think would be fun to do, or just I don't know. My wife and I talk about a lot of these other fun projects that it'd be good to do together. Just like random things here and there. I can also see us starting like a really cool like dog park or shelter, or like there's this really cool dog park in Kansas City called Bar K, and it was a really cool hangout spot. Dogs could play, you could get a beer and drink with the dogs and eat with the dogs, and it just closed down this year, but it was so cool, and to build one of those again would be really cool. Yeah, I don't like doing that though. I'm a risk adverse person. I don't like using other people's money. Yeah. I could see I'm always like I could see me always wanting to have like an input in the business too, like investing in the business and then being like, okay, but we should change things around and we should do different things. So I'd probably be more of like a hands-on investor. It sounds like yeah, maybe. But I also feel like I wouldn't want to do M&A. because I feel like there's a lot of moving parts, and it's like I'm crossing the T's and like dotting the I's of like two different businesses that I just don't really care about, because at the end of the day they're just like a client to me. But maybe I don't know, like I said, I don't know anything about M&A. Is like maybe it sounds fun, but like what I don't want to be doing is like getting into like super deep into the books of things. Like I will if I'm investing into a business, but then like I don't want to have to be getting in like dealing with like the books of two different businesses in a time frame in order for them to have like a good merge or acquisition. Like if that feels stressful, I'm not trying to be more stressed than what I was when I was building the agency that I potentially sold in the future. Like if it was just consulting and it had like an M&A partner that was like a book nerd, they could like do all like the like they could manage all that. That would be maybe, yeah. Yeah, it's the other thing that I thought about was like franchises, like McDonald's or things like that. Maybe not McDonald's, but like things like that. That because like when I worked at my first job was like a KFC Long John Silver's mix, and the franchise owner like did as far as I knew, did absolutely nothing. Like I never saw them or anything, and they could have behind the scenes, but that always seemed like something that was relatively cush as long as you could get the money, which was always the impossible part. Like other ideas I floated by my wife were like buying like mobile like trailer parks. Like it's not sexy, but like how cool would it be to go back to your own hometown and buy like all 3 of the trailer parks in there and like own a portion of the town? Because they're not that expensive either, but they're also like, yeah, that too. Low maintenance. They're not like super prop. It's more of like a long-term investment asset that produces cash flow, but not like high ROI. About car washes for a while too. It always sounds sexier online, or like when someone's like, you know, buy the unsexy businesses like car washes, and then you're like, but then like I use my business brain and I actually think about it, and I'm like, yeah, but like if it breaks, like what? I don't know anything about it, and I don't know. I do the you thing. I talk myself out of it. Yeah, at least in the beginning, right? Like, that's why I like the idea of mobile homes, is because if you get into real estate, like residential properties or even like commercial properties, like one bad economic term could like cripple you. But like mobile homes aren't going anywhere. Like even in bad economic situations, mobile homes are there. So you're always going to be able to lease that land, or lease the lot to the actual home. Same with like apartments, things like that. It's kind of like what Evergrow's model is. Evergrow's model is like our agency. We have, I always think of the deer or the rabbit, the deer, and the elephant analogy. So it's like your client sizes can be equated to rabbits, deer, or elephants. And when you go after elephants, that's what you typically hear people going after whales, or like really big clients. And like those can be really fruitful. Like everybody loves a whale, right? Not Evergrow. We don't want whales. The reason why is because you have to use, like, if you got an elephant on the loose, like you have an elephant on the loose, that's a problem for your tribe. And if you lose an elephant, and like the elephant's what's feeding the tribe, that's a lot of mouths that you're not going to be able to feed, and it's harder to catch another one. With a deer, they're easier to catch than elephants. They're more like plentiful. If one deer gets away or two deer get away, it's not that big of an issue, right? You still have plenty of other deer. Now you start losing a handful of deer, and you're getting into an issue here. With like rabbits, you need a lot of rabbits to feed the tribe. Like you got to find a way to hunt a lot of those. But like if you lose a lot, it's not that big of a deal, right? Because like they're not like huge sources of food for your team. So what we do at Evergrow is we target deer, and strictly deer. Our next target is rabbits. So we're going deer, and we're going down to rabbits. Most people go like deer up to elephants, or they go elephants down to deer. But if you go after deer and rabbits, you're way more economically stable, in my opinion. I think it just depends on the market. Like it depends on your niche and what you're going after. Like an elephant in our industry is probably like $10,000 a month. Maybe less than that. Maybe like $6,000 a month in profit. That would probably be an elephant. I think we have one client that's like 40 or like 5,000 a month in profit, and like that's so like, but even if we lost them, that's not going to make a huge impact because we have so much deer. But like if you're in like a SaaS industry, then an elephant's probably like $100K a month. If you're in like direct to consumer, or like, you know, and like you have clients like Nike or like popular cosmetic brands, maybe an elephant's $1 million a month. Just depends on the niche. the bathroom and be back. Had tons of fun. Check the weather today. This might be a good stopping point for me on the stream. I feel bad because my dogs are under the desk, and you know, they don't have a job. They're just sitting there doing nothing. I feel like it'd be good for me to take my laptop outside and go work on the patio with them while they play. I love the questions. Like they're honestly thought-provoking too. It's like they're things I don't really think about until, you know, you bring them up. Of course, man. As always, like, hit me up in the Discord too. You now that that's like a more of a chat platform, I'm happy to talk more there too. Same goes for everybody else. But everybody else, thanks for tuning in. Probably see you tomorrow morning.